You live in Pimp. Hey, you're not born yet.
Nope, not born yet.
What's the exact time? 10 what?
19.
10:19, right. Make a mental note of it. If we airmail it, shit happens when you party naked. What's good in your neck of the woods? Did you sleep well?
Yes, it did.
It's excellent to
I
hear.
might even more, but
Absolutely. I I did that yesterday. I slept. I woke up at like 4:30 in the afternoon. Went right back to bed. Had an amazing dream, and then awoke. Just par for the course.
yeah, it is a good time of year to sleep.
Weird dog.
Winter time.
Word. Whenever I talk from some, speak with somebody from the southern hemisphere, it always fucks with me because
Yeah,
everything's reversed, and I'm like, just like, I have to think about like, oh wait, it's really hot there, and
yeah,
it's weird to me that they'd be like, yeah, December, it's hot. Like those are like December, January, February are like the hot months there. It's like, huh?
yeah.
That's I'm never gonna get that. That does not compute. Um, I sang a little.
Same for all of us. I said it's funny like that. One of the people from the south all the time comes this way.
Right. They're interesting folks. I
What are you saying? Sorry for
No, you're good. Um, I find that people from Australia are gen. I've said this before. I don't know if this is accurate, but it's just kind of accurate. Not 100%, but I refer to Canadians as basically British colonies in the northern hemisphere and Australian in the southern hemisphere, but they still have this major connection to Britain. And even if they don't recognize it, I mean, and they can probably say the same thing about Americans, but at least we had a revolution. And
yeah,
um, yeah, if you ever look at the size of the British Empire, it's the largest empire ever. And it's just absolutely incredible the stranglehold on the world that it had at like around the year 1850. It's like every. There's a very fascinating map I've seen. It's one of my favorite maps. Um, just one moment. Map of every country not invaded by England. There are only 22 countries that have never been invaded by Britain. Isn't that fascinating? Just 22. Like, and if you
22 countries.
22, that's it. And if you look, here's a. I don't want to see an entire video. I just want the map. If you look at the map here, it's it's like the whole world. It's not, but it's really, really close. I mean, they like
That's crazy.
exactly like Mongolia. They have it. Some random,
Yeah,
like, but like,
maybe Quebec.
no, Tibet's included. I mean, let's see. Let's look at it. And what do you consider an invasion? But um, at least China has England ever invaded Tibet? Maybe during the Opium Wars? Yes, they did. The British military expedition of Tibet in 1903 to 1904, often referred to as the Young Husband Expedition. The British invasion was largely driven by geopolitical concerns, particularly the desire to assert influence in Central Asia and counter Russian expansion in the region during the period known as the Great Game, which is just incredible. Like colonialism, expansionism, let's just give it a name, the Great Game. British authorities were concerned that Russia might try to extend its influence over Tibet, which would potentially threaten British control over India. The expedition was led by Colonel Francis Younghusband, and it involved an armed march from British India into Tibet. The British forces faced little resistance as they advanced towards Lhasa, the Tibetan capital. After some skirmishes and the occupation of strategic locations, a treaty was signed between the British and the Tibetan government. This treaty allowed the British to establish a political and commercial mission in Lhasa and open Tibet to British influence, but it did not formally annex Tibet. The British presence in Tibet ended after the 1904 mission, but the episode left a lasting impact on the relationship between Britain, Tibet, and China. Tibet at the time was a region under Chinese suzerainty, but the British presence further complicated the situation. The invasion was not an outright annexation, but it did mark a significant moment in the history of British involvement in the region. Later, during the 1950s, China formally asserted control over Tibet, leading to ongoing tensions and disputes over Tibet's political status. So yeah, they have definitely invaded. Um, let's see. Let me just go to ChatGPT to make it easy. Like even countries that I didn't even think they would have, like Mexico. I never really thought when did yo dog when did England invade Mexico? It's known as the Pastry War, also known as the War of the French Pastry. In 1838, it wasn't a full-blown military invasion, but rather a conflict between Mexico and France, with British indirectly involved. Here's a story: a French pastry chef in Mexico had his shop looted during a riot, and the French government demanded compensation from Mexico. When Mexico refused, France blockaded Mexican ports and eventually declared war. Britain, though not directly involved, sided with with France because of trade interests, but they did not push for a peaceful resolution. In the end, the war lasted about a year and ended with Mexico agreeing to pay the claims, mostly to avoid further destruction. So while the French were the main players, Britain's involvement made the conflict a bit more international. Yo, dog, can you please list the 22 countries that England has not invaded? All right. Like, and they even include like some random ass places like Vatican City. Okay, fine. Andorra. Oh, so these are the. Yeah, I know. So they haven't invaded Andorra, Antigua and Barbuda, Armenia, Bhutan, Bolivia, Brazil, which kind of surprises me because Brazil's so large. But I guess because, well, actually, though, very interestingly, this,
Now it surprises me because if you like Mexico on the map,
right. Um, what's very interesting is that the oldest peace treaty or alliance in the world is between Portugal and Britain, and that's why because of the Portuguese influence over Britain, it probably has not. They basically like, hey, that's Portugal stuff. Um, Costa Rica, they have not invaded Denmark, Ethiopia, Finland, Iceland, which is another interesting one, Japan, Liechtenstein, Luxembourg, Malta, Monaco. I mean, they're counting really small countries. North Korea, San Marino, Saudi Arabia, Seychelles, Switzerland, Vatican City. There are 22. Everything else they have invaded at some point. And that is just,
eventually I don't want to change the subject, but it makes me wonder if the rulers of their are probably not that church, if that may have something to do with it, because very Catholic and everything, and so because there's a holy well in that nation, perhaps they view it as divinely protected. I wonder, and I mean, look, whether or not whether or not that is ever true, again, like I was saying, if you're simply scared first temple Jews, they dress and adorn themselves, who was allowed and all that. Very interesting. What do you think is possible?
I think there's something very special about Ethiopia, particularly in their devoutness to whatever religion. I know that the
Yes.
people from there are from Israel, known as B'nai Israel, and essentially they have kept the traditions consistent since the time of the Second Temple, and
Yeah.
it it fascinated and surprised scholars how accurate they kept Torah, and essentially their scrolls were as accurate as they had them in Israel, and it was there was some racism and the thought that hey, we don't want black people here, basically. But when it was discovered, I'm not saying that was across the board, but there was just it was like the 1940s.
Of course.
So there were just
Exactly.
there was just segregation everywhere. But when it was discovered how accurate the Torah scrolls were and how accurate they were in their their devoutness, particularly I know that the Torah scrolls were like word for word exactly the same. Uh, Many of the accoutrements, many of like their talito, their the ceremonial um, cloths that are worn, um, were all in line with how Ashkenazi or Sephardic Jews or Mizrahi Jews lived, and thus then there was um, a major push around the 1970s um, for essentially to make Aliyah for those people, for them to come back to Israel. And then there's just been um, assimilation within Jewish society. So people of all colors are able to daven or pray together without any type of segregation, which is not the same in many other with many other peoples and also many other religions. Um, when it what was always interesting to me, well, and one of the reasons why this is has been this way is because Ethiopia was never, well, going back to 2,000 years, was never fully under any colonial um, power. So the closest were the Italians, but even they didn't have a full grasp on the entire country. And basically, um, that the fact that they were able to avoid invasion has allowed them to keep many of their religious traditions consistent. And so I think there's really an argument to be made that Ethiopian Jews may have kept more consistent practices than perhaps some aspects of Ashkenazi, some aspects of Mizrahi, some aspects of Yemenite, some aspects of Moroccan, some aspects of Sephardic Jews. Basically, because they were in exile, but then they didn't move anywhere. If you look at Ashkenazim, we moved from Israel to Italy and then up through Germany and then into Poland and Russia. If you look at Sephardim, they moved through Spain and Portugal and northern Africa a little bit until the major invasions of the Moorish people, the Mohammedans, the Muslim people. If you look at Mizrahi, they essentially were Eastern Jews and were throughout Iraq and Iran, basically at points under other authorities, specifically Islamic leaders. If you look at Moroccan Jews, they were also under the grasp um, of Islamic rulers. But Ethiopian Jews didn't really have that. They were in exile, just like everybody else, but there wasn't another religion or another civilization that ruled over them. So they were able to keep their traditions more accurate, I would say, to Second Temple times. Though there's no way for us to know that exactly, I would say that that is in line with most scholars. That because of the because of the avoidance of invasion, the accuracy of their ceremonies is really similar to what was being performed in the Second Temple period. Now, when it comes to the Ark of the Covenant in that, I don't know. I don't know. But
Yeah.
at least I know that their religious ceremonies were very similar to what was being practiced in the Ashkenazic and Sephardic world, and including like circumcision, including a bar mitzvah, including the calling up to the Torah scroll, all of those things. It was almost as if there's a story I've heard of like the archaeologists or the explorers who were in that land were just absolutely shocked that it was essentially perfect Hebrew being spoken and read, and the Torah scrolls. I mean, they were like so accurate that not a single letter was incorrect. Now, could there have been? Yeah, but I mean, it was like down to the letter. It was so accurate, and at that point, it was like, well, we have to let these guys in. They're as accurate as anybody else. Now, from what I read here, the British did invade Ethiopia, but it was during World War II when the Italians were there. So they kind of drove the Italians out. But then Ethiopia was reestablished as an independent country. Ethiopia is very fascinating, though. It's almost like they were protected. For all of the people in what the colonial powers did to the African continent, it was almost, I'm not going to say it was divine because I don't like to use those terms. I don't know whether that's just a word that is used in English probably too often, but this special part of Africa was basically never colonized, and also the major part is the people there were not enslaved, so they were able to keep their culture. And basically, everywhere else in Africa was brutally enslaved, but not Ethiopia.
I'm gonna go get my morning started really quick. I'll be back in just a little bit.
You do you, Victor.
All right, but I'll be back in just a minute.
You do what you need to do.
Happy
10:19. Hey, Dr. Mom, How are you, girl? Happy New Year to you. I want you to know I thought about you a lot, and I was going to give you a couple more days, and then I was going to send you a message saying, hello, did you forget about us? I didn't forget. I even checked in on um, your Kick channel just to make sure you were still streaming. Yeah. And you are. You're streaming very consistently a lot. Like not ev- pretty close to every day. You take a couple days off here and there, but you do it for very long periods of time, which is very interesting. And I think that's really great. Thank you so much for checking that what I'm doing. I was checking too, but when I was coming on the Discord, you were sleeping. Absolutely. And I wanted to meet you in New Year to wish you the best. And thank you. Yes. Yes, I've been sleeping a lot, probably the same amount as usual, but my hours are reversed. I have friends in Australia, and we play games like all night, and so it's night here and it's day there, and then I'm up all night, and then I'm very very tired, and then I fall asleep. So, um, yeah, I'm trying to get my hours perhaps back to normal, but I really like to play with these guys. So, and we have a good time together, and we're up very very late. But yeah, I appreciate you checking in on me, and I want to know how has your experience on Kick been? And how experience? I got a lot of viewers, followers, and it much going up really very fast. It's going up. I am streaming not a month, and I have so much followers and viewers. I think I need 10 followers to get the cooperation with Kick. Okay, so it looks like you have 75 followers now, which is what I think you needed. 17, half, 17. 75. Two? No, 75. 75. 75. So I need 5. No, 5 more. Don't you need 75? I need to have a cooperation. Oh, okay, I'll get you 80 in 20 minutes. I'll get you that. I have lots of accounts, so I'll just follow you. Don't worry. Just one moment. I might get you one right now. Hold on. I have a robot that creates accounts all the time. So I'll keep an eye on it and I'll get you 76, 77, 78, 79, and then 80. Um, okay. Let me I absolutely don't worry, you'll have it within an hour, I'll say. Maybe less. Um, okay. One thing about Kick, and if you don't understand what I'm saying, I think you do, I know you do for most of it. But some of this might be technical. I'll try to make it not technical though. Basically, many people on Kick, especially at the very top, the people who have like 1,000 viewers and 800 viewers, those are all paid for. Those are all bought. They're all robots. They're not real. So you should know that, like, yeah, I told you. Yeah, and people are starting to talk about it because they're mad. They're not getting paid for the numbers that they're seeing. So let's say you buy a bot and they give you 1,000 followers or 1,000 viewers, but you're not getting paid for 1,000 viewers. They're mad about that. And the owner of Kick, his name is Eddie Craven. He has spoken about this recently, and he basically said that he doesn't want to give away how they determine if somebody's a real user or a bot, because then the bots will get smarter and smarter. But basically, that botting is rampant on the website, and I know it for a fact that it is. So I don't want you ever to get down or get sad because it's like, wow, I don't. I want 80 people watching me at once. If somebody says they have 80 people watching them, they have 75 bots and 5 real people. If somebody has 105 people watching them, they have 100 bots and 5 real people. There aren't that many people on the website. Do you know there's a rapper, his name is Drake. I don't know if you know who he is. He's from Canada. You know who he is?
I think I know.
Yes.
I think I know.
So he basically got mad recently and said, like, F this site. Basically, they're not paying people the way that they're supposed to be paying people, and I don't need this. And Kick took down that stream, and I don't know exactly if they're on good terms or not, but basically, more and more popular people are saying this is not legitimate. Now, it can be. I mean, it can get you a lot of people to see you, but I don't want you to feel bad that, hey, I'm streaming and I've got 0 people or 1 person or 2 people or 3 people or 4 people or 5 people watching me. That's a lot. Yeah, exactly. That's you should exactly. That's as many people as at the who are at the very top. So just know that like that's what everybody's at. I know when I streamed on Kick, I would get 0, 1, 2, not a lot of people. However, what will happen is they will put you on the front page. And when they put you on the front page, then you get a lot of people coming in 30, 40, 50, 60 real people. So that's always a cool thing. Um, but yeah, I did. I've checked on you a couple times just because I wanted to make sure you were still streaming, and I think that's cool. Um, People are making clips of you. You know what clips are, right? What do you think of that?
I think they're clipping the information are not important.
Yes.
It's taking a dopamine or serotonin to watch it. On streaming, I am trying to get the learning information, the knowledge, or something, and to create this with people. And I know I'm not searching for popularity in the
Good.
internet. I am searching friends.
Yes.
I am searching a family.
Absolutely. So here's something interesting on your stream. If I look at it, the last 3 streams you have. Okay, the last one that you did, which was 3 days ago, 229 views. That's good. That's far more than I think we really think is going on. 229 is a lot of people to watch your stuff from just 3 days ago. Okay, then from 5 days ago, 296 people are viewing you. That's after you're done. That's really like if that's real, that would be really good. Then 6 days ago, 2,180 people. How did you go from 200, 200, 2,000? What did you do? I mean, come on. I mean, I know it's not real. I know you didn't do anything wrong. But what I want you to know is that's the website pumping up your numbers.
Somebody is botting my streams and clips. I had 32,000 watchers on a clip, one clip, and I think that's a bot. That's a bot.
Wow, I can see that. I'll tell you, I have a clip bot. I have a bot that just clips people, and while it doesn't give free views, it clips a lot. And the reason why I clip is I make a clip and then I name the clip my Discord so that people come in here. It's free advertising for me. But I can tell you, if I know how to do it, there are much more advanced, many more advanced people out there who are able to figure this out as well. And it seems to be what's happening to you, where either someone outside of Kick or someone within Kick is elevating your numbers. Because if you had 2,000 people watch your stream, you would have seen 200, 300, 400, 500 people in your stream at once, and you never did. And it's not like you did something so amazing that gave you 2,000 people after the fact. It's just, it doesn't, the numbers don't compute. And people are starting to see that. And they're starting, I would say, to get frustrated by it. Just one moment.
Rabbi, I must go to my friend. My friend comes to me to celebrate New Year. Can we talk tomorrow, please?
Absolutely. Absolutely. In the meantime, I'm going to get you to 80. Okay, I'm going to get you one right now. So just one moment, and you're going to get one. And how about this? I will send you a message. I will send you a message on Discord when I get you to 80. Is that okay?
Thank you so much. You're supporting me very, very nice and very well. I'm so grateful for you.
Absolutely.
I'm happy that I meet you on this new year and we can do big things together.
Absolutely. How did you find me?
And then I found you by a stream of cake. Somebody's linked me, and I meet you.
Excellent.
So happy.
Excellent. So okay, so you have 76 now. And that's amazing. So my bot worked. It got you in here. So it was worth it all along. Okay, so I will continue, and you enjoy your friend and come back tomorrow whenever you can, okay?
Thank you so much. Kisses
Take care, Aframashia.
and lovely.
Much love. Much love. Absolutely. Take care. Bye-bye.
Goodbye. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you.
And happy New Year to you, Rabbi.
How you doing, Dr. Don? What's good in your neck of the woods?
Oh, I'm doing good. I mean, I've been taking it easy the last couple of weeks. Not really been doing much.
Excellent. Have you
Little celebration, you know.
have you been tearing it up in the Music Biz Marty server?
No, I haven't been in there recently. I mean, I just kind of work. I'll go in there, see what's going on once in a while, but I don't post and interact.
Okay. Well, I've been live streaming in there. I don't know if you ever see me in there, but I have been in there live. I did this like this summer for I don't know like a month, and I've been in there now for like at least 2 or 3 weeks straight. And it's a troll server. You get some people in there who are who are looking to troll people, but then they find me and they've been very, very nice to me. I really mean that. The people in the Music with Marty server have just been nothing but nice to me. So I'm very appreciative of that. Is that how you found me, Dr. Don?
But I mean, that's how it is in Marty's neck of the woods. It's a little, they'll hold you accountable for like mistakes, right? If you do like a big mistake, for example, there's a lot of trouble, there's a lot of things. But they'll be nice and they'll be respectful as long as you treat the golden rule, really, in that server. Is they'll be nice to you if you're nice to them, and you know, as long as you're not anybody who's known for being a predator or anything, you're fine.
That's what I think too.
You'll meet some cool people in there, and you'll find some interesting rabbit holes to go down to as well. It gets a little chaotic in there sometimes, especially when there's like when you got like a whole bunch of people in a group chat ragging on like one dude. It's a little.
Well, we are watching Lex Friedman. So feel free to watch and enjoy. And if you need anything, I'm here for you.
Oh yeah, no problem, man. I'm sorry, I'm just kind of, zoning out a bit. Focusing on some other shit. I just wanted to drop in and tell you Happy New Year's, man.
Thank you, man. Happy New Year to you, my friend.
All right, take care. All right.
Take care, my friend. Peace.
All right. Peace.
That is seemingly not fair, period. The person who reviews appeals should not be the same person who banned them, period. Keep scrolling to review my sections on orthodoxy. You should have no role in it, period. Whether you want to accept my rabbinical organization, that is up to you, period. I do not have to justify myself to anyone but my community, period. The fact that I am not allowed in, is just showing that you are gatekeeping, period. Who really knows when Shabbat is? Question mark. Perhaps in the age of Mashiach's coming it will be. This is the absolute wildest line of gatekeeping possible. I'm getting tag team. Everything that you do is being recorded. Period. All I wanted to do is make new friends, Kyle, and apparently I'm not allowed to do that because of its gatekeeping guardians. Period. I am recording it as well. Period. There he is. How you living, Pin? Afirmatia was in here. She's been streaming. Yeah, she said she's been in here, but I've been asleep, which I completely understand. She has. She's. She knows what's up with Kick. I was explaining to her like, hey, don't let Kick get you down if it's showing that you have um, like not really great numbers, because you need to know that they use like inflated numbers there, that they're the bots that are essentially helping other people. She's like, that's what I figured. I'm just there to make friends. And it's really interesting that she's like we were going through her numbers, and like 5 days ago she had 200 people watch her stream. 6 days ago, 200 people watch her stream. 7 days ago, 2,000 people watched her stream. And she's just like, yeah, but those are fake numbers. It's basically what Kick is just doing so that people think, oh, well, I'm getting a lot of traction on this, and they're not really at all. I mean, there are platforms that I use. One of them is UChat, and another one is um, what is another one? Um, like Trovo. They just whenever you start, you automatically start with 50 people watching it. And another one, Bigo, Bigo, is another one. Some people call it Bigo. Um, you just automatically start with like 50 people watching you, but absolutely nobody says anything. Well, actually, do you know what Bigo is? Okay, so Bigo is like it's a really nice platform that has it's like TikTok, but it's a lot easier to get into group chats, group calls on video. They basically can allow you to have 16 people at a time, and you can click on there and basically um, have your choice of um, who you want to talk with and everything. But what I really find interesting is it uses bots, and it doesn't tell you that it's using bots. So you'll be streaming, no one will be in there. It'll be just you and 16 empty spots, and all these people will be chatting to you like, "Oh, great stream," or "That was really interesting," or like, "Check out my profile." And it's like these are all they're like literally like they're using bots against me or against a streamer. I just find that really interesting. That to me, that's a very that isn't necessarily there's a lack of legitimacy in that. I think that type of behavior perhaps should be I don't want to say perhaps made illegal, but I think at a certain point the FCC, the Federal Communications Commission, should have some kind of standards for these platforms to say like, look, because it really involves people's money. And so if you're getting paid based on like how many chatters you have or how many viewers you have, there should be some legitimacy to the numbers that are being shown, and there just aren't. And I think that's pretty sad.
People like to go over their own data reports too. So if you have skewed metrics, it's like, how can you trust anything else in that report?
Exactly. And to hear Eddie Craven say we don't pay based on bots, yet you show people as having inflated numbers because of robots is somewhat disingenuous to me. That if you're showing someone's got 1,000 viewers right now, then you need to pay on 1,000 viewers. You can't say, well, we can see on the back end of what's really going on. Well, then show everybody else on the back end what's going on. And he says the reason that they don't do that is because they don't want people to know the strategies that they use to detect bots. But in my opinion, that strategy is skewed because you should show what the real numbers are. And if people want to have real people watch their stream, which is basically what you say you have the ability to be able to see, then let them. If somebody wants to, I did this on YouTube for a month. I paid 5 Indian people to watch my stream at all times, and it's possible. If you pay people the money, they'll do it. And to me, that's at least a legitimate viewer, as opposed, and they would interact and we would talk and stuff. There's at least some legitimacy to that, as opposed to just, well, I know a guy who has a server and they can inflate numbers in any way possible. Anyway, those are my thoughts on everything. You're good. Oh, what's going on, Victor? How are you, man? Good. With many blessings, and I'm out of my son. I am spending it on the way. How about you? What's on your agenda? Or I think it's like the night open or that's amazing. You can't, you're not going to amazing. That's great. All right, what's your favorite bowling movie? Excellent. You know what's an interesting fact about last week? They never showed people about the bowling. Dude, they never showed the dude bowling. All right, what's your second favorite bowling movie? Yes! Those are probably no, check out looking what the James Winston did. Amazing. What do you average when you bowl? Yeah, so do I. What do you okay, right, okay. Well, uh, I think that we I've got to say that I am, you know, still one of my favorite hobbies. And well, I've gone against. Are you going to play bowl against friends or what? Excellent. Are you going to let her in? Excellent. Take no prisoners. Excellent. Does she use a pink ball? What kind of ball do you down there? Oh, I love it. Very big. That was very excellent. It's beautiful. I think I'm like a just huge muscles and everything. Um, the 800 boxing in the fantasy football league officially finished, and I will give you this very important information, not just for the sake of sports, but for the sake of sport. So here we are. The winner was Red Cloud. That is excellent. Why'd you say damn? He had a really good. He had a really good year this year. He beat Bitcoin Forever, and that was the championship. Everybody's big Rabbi, on the other hand, dead fast. Well, what is the reason why I wasn't a Rabbi? I was in a solid 10. But then I just, you know, I'm going to pick up some really good players like Tom Brady that played and some other guys, and I just started so that I can lock up and hold for myself. I go by the Talladega Nights mentality. You're not first, you're last. So why not come DFL? And it was so much fun. We should can't do it next year because it was absolutely a fun blast. Every game really, really exciting. Shout out to Yogi and organizing everything. And I have to say that no one was too mean. They're all pretty good. I got to say, I kind of feel bad for Red Sox though, because the coin, when it started, was worth more. He didn't get but it was. And I can imagine when you covers and get that over 100,000, you want to be big, our big careers. And 25, right? You will come in, say hello, wish you good things, and wish the same to you. And best wishes to all of you. All right. Take care. That's the one, the only James Kaminsky, everybody. The man, the myth, the legend. Shout out to James. He's like an amazing individual. Take care, my friend. Yeah. I got to meet his girlfriend like 3 months ago or something. I think we really like to marry her. As I was saying, the in it, but um, they were they it was. I wish that we would do one for baseball. Basketball is already, but baseball we can do. Baseball is a lot. And I to be on the ball with football. They're only like 18, 16 games or so, so it's much easier to manage. You just have to do it once a week. Baseball. I played baseball one time. I was working at one of the other people with whom I was with. He invited me to play. It was, it was interesting. I didn't know, I mean, I know a lot about baseball, but I didn't know that much about all the players. I more older baseball information. And it was like every day I talked to him, he would give you a rundown of how my team did. He was like, dude, okay, I get it. I get it. You're a really good team and you're really excited for it. Calm down, dude. But yeah, baseball can be fun. I was in a basketball one. I was actually 25 basketball teams, 25 basketball fantasy basketball teams, and 25 fantasy hockey. And after like 3 games into either of them, I just haven't done it. I don't want to say I haven't done it, but it's just too much to be able to manage all that stuff. But yeah, fantasy football is kind of fun this year. Fantasy football alone turns me from someone who would go for years without watching football at all to I will watch like every single game. I watch Thursday games, I watch Sunday games, I watch Monday games. I just that one thing of just having the constant excitement of head to head against people just totally changes. Okay, dude. Right. 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 I'm with you. I'm with you. It cell phone, the smartphone changed everything for me and my and before I go to a movie and just watch the movie now, like, what's going on the internet? I wonder if there's any good news that's going on. Promo fear of missing out. And that's what I'm gonna say with that's fine. Because they're so long. There are so many breaks that I want to get on. I want to see what's going on in other games. I want to see. I mean, just whatever. I hate it that I'm so addicted to it. But I think that the the world has changed probably in the last 10 or 15 years just because of the ability to have a cell phone wherever you are. You get that constant um, it's a sad thing if it doesn't take it away. Meaning, like, if society didn't have it anymore, it would be like this huge, like, awakening. Like, oh, we're supposed to interact. We're supposed to, you know, right. I know. Um, that's what gets me. That's what gets me. Before I started doing this, I was going from Friday down till Saturday, Sunday. And fortunately, in a community that we would play, I don't do them now because I stream it, but we would play board games and day. So it was at least something to get your mind on it. And you wouldn't be tempted, but I'm telling you what, as soon as it would sit down in a little bit, anybody just, there's something on Saturday night, dollars, like basically, where once that's done, everybody's on their phones, their email, feedback, everything, replies and everything, and it really made me appreciate when I was doing having that off. But now I find that if I'm able to use it and I'm at a sporting event or I'm at the beach or something, it's just really fun. And it's, I mean, the internet is really interesting stuff. And um, these guys, Bitcoin, Wall Street bets, they no longer make fun of me constantly, which is like a huge win for me. But I wish them a good day every day. I'll get some like positive feedback. I made a gift. I'm gonna send it to you. I know it's simple, but I made it the other day, which but it's too big to send you. I made it smaller, and it doesn't do exactly what I want. Like usually, like when you send a gift, it's like movement immediately. But mine, for some reason, and I don't understand why, needs some time to load. Even when I optimize it takes some time. Inbox and click on it, and so it will. It's basically all my shit. So that if you like this, it just you know what I mean? It's like one thing that it's just like overwhelming amount of stuff. So I think that might change the first page to just like your Discord or something like that. Because I have another Discord that I'd like to share. And it's such a like itchy thing. It's like what's all this stuff? Like no one makes a gift with like words in it that just scroll and everything. Um, got it. it's a little bit. But anyway, I post that kind of short. I really think of the thing that I always um, try to remember. Like they're getting really nice. Um, they're um, just one minute. They're asking me like daily life. We've come a long way. If they were just making fun of me for all kinds of shit, now they're asking me for a verse of the day. So I think that they're just saying, yeah, yeah, I like it's from Gandhi. Just a moment. I'm gonna make that. You know, that's like Gandhi verse. First they ignore you, then they hate you, then they fight you, then you. Yeah, so first they hated me, first they ignored me, then they hated me, they fought me, and now I'm winning. I'm saying I won because there are still some people who just uh, they can they can still shit on me, but more they are positive. And the thing is, like my thought is this: I could do the same thing with music. Like music is Marty, he's got to be using bots. And I understand, I get it, everybody uses bots, but his Discord is smaller than my Discord. And for him to get 2,000 or 3,000 or even 1,000 people simultaneously is just not very realistic. Like, in order to get those kind of numbers, you need like a large. I mean,
Well,
do you think he's using bots?
he no, honestly, I follow him. Like a couple months ago, he was at 3,000, but that was because it was that we were kind of having like a pinnacle of particular content. And then like these days, sometimes he's at like 5 to 800 people watching his streams. I'm in multiple Discord servers at Marby, so like I see a lot of the online presence. And even people who don't want to hang out on Discord, they follow him. Um, he doesn't care about likes or anything. Unless he's been very consistent about his stance about this isn't about money. He's fine on that. He does this for the love of making fun of people. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And
And sometimes, like, if he is having a 2-hour show and it's not about the main guy, Cyrax, if it's about anyone else, he has at least half the viewership he would have if it were anything else. So he actually has some pretty consistent. Now, as far as what we were talking about before, certain websites you click a button and they automatically give you 50 bots basically that never interact.
Right.
I will say that the majority of people don't interact, and that might just be the norm in a way. You know what I mean? If you go to Most Critical, he's got 17,000 people watching him play a video game. You know,
Bots.
maybe 1,000 of those people are assuming that they're all real. I'm saying, you know what I mean? You know, so let's take out 2,000 of them for bots or something. Let's just say 10,000. So because he is a popular guy, he has multiple channels. But if there are an actual 10,000 people in there, there may only really be, I mean, the highest might be 10%, maybe 1,000 people actually in his chat, right? So, you know what I mean? Because you know at some point you hit that curve where people should be self-aware enough to know that if there's 2,000 people in this chat, then he can't read everyone's hi Charlie.
Yeah, no, I
Hey,
get
what do
that.
you think about that new movie, Charlie? He's not gonna barely, you know.
Unless he's got slow mode on, but I get what you're saying.
And then yeah, exactly.
If you turn on
There's a
slow
lot of
mode,
different permutations about how to go about it, honestly.
yeah,
It's funny. Just you saying slow mode makes me go, wow, there's just so many customizable ways to set up your own broadcasting thing. It's true.
exactly. Well, I um, I can tell you he has a lot more real people than these kick people, and the reason why I say that is I have just twice have I ever that of which I know of had a ton of people watching me, and one of the times was from him, and the other and I made friends from him. The only reason why I was unable to continue with those friends is I lost the account on which I would communicate with them. Though I would text with them. Like when you're texting with people, that's pretty. Like you and I are super close, but we don't text. I don't have a number, but I used to. But I
You don't have a phone number right now?
no, I was on a it was like a free plan, and it ran out. The government stopped doing it in May, and so whenever I need when I need a and I just didn't need a $50 bill every single month.
Yeah.
That I wasn't really calling anybody. I mean, I didn't really have anybody to call. So whenever I need to call, I'm able to just get like a temporary line. Um, but it's just like $600 a year that I didn't need, and um, yeah, I mean, and I've had it like when I first started streaming, I really wanted to just be like the best IRL streamer that there was. So I bought 4 different lines and 4 different phones, and I would just like put them all over and have 4 lines streaming me at once. And then those bills would come in at like $280 a month. And it just was like, okay, well, I can do this while I've got a job. But then when I started doing this full time, it was like, okay, I kept 1 line going, and actually I had 2 lines. But I kept 2 lines going, then that went to 1 line, and then it was like I would look at my phone, and the people who would call me would be people from who I met on Discord, and who I met on or who I met on like Telegram. They were like the same people. I shouldn't say that. I had friends who would text me or something like that, but it wasn't like major connections. And I would also email with those friends. So I recognized that, look, so long as I'm doing this, I don't want to have any bills. I've got rent, which is, like the biggest bill that I have, and I needed to cut everything out. So I recognized that cutting out a cell phone and cutting out like Netflix and Hulu and all that stuff saved me a couple $100 a month, which has been allowed me to do this much longer than I really thought I'd ever have to do it. I never thought when I started this that it would be 3 years. I thought it would be 1 year maximum. I figured, oh, if they find out, people find out I've done this for a year, that'll be. But my internet, especially then, wasn't that strong. And then um, my even when like I had a family plan with Verizon that had uh, unlimited data, and I figured, oh, this is it. I'll be able to put these phones all around my room and not even need my Wi-Fi at home, not knowing that you can do that for about 2 days and then you get throttled. And once you're throttled, especially on the upload, you're done. And
Yes.
yeah, so I thought about it, um, at least just turning my phone back on. But again, it's $60 a month. I'm sure I could get cheaper plans, but at least that's what I spend, $50, $60 a month. And
Well, the main thing is, it's like anything less than 50, $60, and you know that you're not going to be able to do half the shit you need to do
exactly.
anyway. You know, if it's not going to do it, if you really just need like an emergency phone line that's just a phone number, that's a different situation. But
Right.
yeah, data plans and everything, throttling, you know, and family plans are really kind of the best in a way, except they all share on data plans. So like, if you got multiple phones, so AT&T has the thing right now where if you get 4 lines, it gets $100 a month. So it's $25 per line on the unlimited plan. Now again, that's $100 a month. It's $1,200 per year. But that's for individual phone numbers that all have the unlimited data plan. But if you were,
But that unlimited data,
it's the same price.
apology. But that unlimited data plan, I feel, is false advertising. It's not unlimited.
It's not unlimited because of the throttling. I completely agree.
Exactly, and the throttling's quite low. It depends on how you use it. The amount of data that I use in a month is like terabytes, and no phone line is going to expect that to be normal usage. That's what they call it, unlimited under normal usage, and their normal usage is usually like either like 5 gigabytes or 100 gigabytes. But when I'm using terabytes worth of data, it's like there. I don't know of a phone service that allows it. So um, I should say I do have a phone number and I do have a line to it, but it's just like a temporary one. It's it's not ideal, meaning it doesn't have data to it, just like you're talking about. Like it's an emergency line if anybody really needs to get a hold of me. But it's kind of freed me as well because I don't have to go and like worry like, hey, somebody. I don't have to like. It's like one less thing I have to check. Like when I was in my career, first thing I would have to check every day is my email and make sure like I basically had a boss, and I didn't like. I mean, no one wants to have a boss. Now I'm kind of much more free, and I like that. Um, and
It is good.
yeah,
It is. It's enviable. Enviable beyond words, honestly. In our group chat, I actually pinned a message. It's in case you get a phone, in case, what phone number you need. So,
oh, beautiful. Um, excellent. I mean, I've got enough phones.
if you need to say that anywhere else,
I appreciate that. I, you know what? Hold on a second. When you sent me your contact information at one other time, and I believe I put it in at that time. Um,
if you still have the physical phone, the number's probably still good.
yeah, it's just up there. It's like that. Yeah. So
I think just because you don't have the line number, I figured you still probably have an actual device.
yeah, I do.
But just in case, now it's on Discord and everything. And, just
Thank you. what happened? What happened? Well, so I had like a normal line that you could use to pay, or like I would pay with, but when I started doing this 24/7, I was eligible for like a free phone. Like I forget what it's called. It's called like a lifeline or something. And so I used that. But then the government stopped the lifeline program in like June of this year. And when they did that, it was like, okay, let's see how long I can go without a phone. I'm sure it won't be that long. But then it was like a relief that I didn't have somebody to have to keep up with. And if anybody needs me, they go to email me. And I have friends who email me and they're like, "Hey, I see you're still streaming. When are you coming back?" And you're like, "Well, once I go viral, it'll be a very big deal. Or you might just see me show up randomly at shul or randomly at some Shabbat or something." But um, then I started doing jobs like this summer where I could make a little bit of money and then just to be able to pay my rent. But I recognize that if I just continue to pick up jobs whenever I need money, and I keep my bills really to an absolute minimum. I could do this. I don't want to say indefinitely. Everything will come to an end, perhaps. But I've got at least another. Like internally, I want to do it for the rest of my life. So that part of me doesn't seem like it's going to come to an end. Um, I always worry that the people who own the house one day are going to say you've used too much internet, and we're going to take that part out of your lease. And if they do that, then I have to work on getting a different internet service provider. But in the meantime, the worst that they've ever done, the internet used to go down all the time. And so the person who owns the house is actually in Iran. I've met them. I used to live with them. They used to live in the house, but they.
Oh, they did. They were able to go back to Iran?
Yeah.
That's really cool. Because I remember you told me that they came to America because Zoroastrianism and the Ayatollah, but I didn't know that they, things.
Yeah, so.
It's really funny because Iran is actually pretty cool people, honestly. Every Iranian I've ever met, phenomenal people.
I would say the same thing.
It seems like a much cooler, one of the, unfortunately, not great, but next door is Iraq, and you know that place is not. If you had to pick one of the two to live in, it'd be Iraq.
Yeah, so he owns or he helped to start like an IT company, and his dad is the person who like does most of the management of the house, but he's getting older. The guy, his real name is. I write checks to this guy. It's like Corso something. It's like a very long name. Even every year, I write him 12 checks for each month, and I do it all at one time. And I have to have them write down the name for me because I can never remember, never get it right. But he goes by Jay. Anyway, he was living here, so we lived together for like 1 or 2 years, and then he moved out, and other people moved into his room, and that was no big deal. And I always just worked through his dad, but his dad doesn't know English very well, and so whenever I'm like, the internet went down, he'd be like, huh? And I'd be like, dude, can you please, like, let me. I used to have to go in his room and unplug the router, and it was just a huge pain in the ass. So I finally was like to Jay, I'm like, Jay, is there any way you can work on the guy who owns the house? His name's Jay. Is it, or he goes by Jay? Is there any way you can improve the connectivity? And he did an audit, and he looked, and I mean, just the amount of data that I was using caused me to be the bad guy. So he's like, what are you uploading so much? And it's kind of hard for me to be like, hey, I'm streaming my life on your dime, basically. But I explained to him that I'm a YouTuber, and he's like, all right, well, just don't stream anybody else in the house, I guess, but you need to watch it with as much as you stream. And since I'm on just a month-to-month lease, At any time, they could just be like, yeah, we're just going to remove internet from it. When I first moved in, this was in like 2018. Um, I remember as I was sitting to sign the paperwork, I said to them, I remember the listing said Wi-Fi included. It's the only reason why I started. Well, two reasons: was its proximity to my synagogue, but also because it had internet. And I said, "So you have internet, right?" They're like, "Oh yeah, it's unlimited, so you don't need to worry about it." I'm like, "Oh okay." Little did they know that I would be the person who probably uses the most amount of internet, aside from a business, than any individual ever. And yeah, so my biggest worry is that they would take that out, and if they did, then it might mean because then it's going to be like at least like for good internet, it's going to be like $200 $300 a month, perhaps if I want like unlimited uploading and all that other shit. And so, I just considered going back to work, and not that I'm against it, but because I do enjoy being a project manager, and I have never had a problem getting a job in the past. But I feel like then I can't focus on this. Then when people come in the Discord, they have to be muted the whole time for 8 hours and all this other shit, and that's it's not ideal. So I recognize that if I keep my food costs down, I keep my bills to nothing, and just have to pay rent. I sold my car. I mean, I've given everything for this, but because like why did I sell my car? I wasn't going anywhere. Like, it's expensive to go out um, and even just to have insurance on it. So um, that was like last year I did that. So I had some money from that, and while not ideal, I just say to myself, "There's a light at the end of the tunnel." With each day, I get more and more influence. With each day, more and more people find out about me. And it's just a matter of time until the right group of people sees what I'm doing and endorses it, and I go viral. Now, I actually brought this up because of the Music with Marty Discord. He is someone who can somewhat make that happen, though I'm not using his Discord for that. His Discord is just really for nice people. He had Dr. Don come in today. Some really nice people from there. This Wall Street Bets one, I'm telling you, these are the people who are going to do it, and it's just a matter of time. I I think that I'm starting to grow on them, at least on some of them, and that's what happened in Harry Potter Obama Sonic Canino. They didn't like me at first. They used to kick me out, and then all of a sudden, years go by, and you're just a, a regular, or you're like a pillar of the community. And I just think that the same thing's going to happen in here. I really think that it could have happened in the Aiden Ross Discord, but Aiden Ross stopped allowing just anyone to be able to be in his VCs. So I'm basically just been grandfathered in. In the other ones, like Socialize or whatever ones I'm in, because they're so large, no one really pays attention to me because they're like hundreds of thousands of people. I have found a sweet spot with like people who know who I am. There aren't a lot of people streaming at the same time, so they are able to recognize who I am. And I'm just kind of like a consistent individual. And I think if one of these days somebody's going to see that gift that I keep posting, I mean, I don't spam it, but every once in like twice a day I do it. And they're going to say, you know what? It's so crazy. This just might work. What do you want us to do? And they would just be like, hey, make a post on Reddit and we'll get the community to upvote it and see if it gets any momentum. And if it does, it's game over.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, everybody told you there was all this drama going on and everything, all these servers, and just a second ago, I even said, you know, people were saying, oh, this guy, he's just on the internet and does this all the time, and then I chimed in, and I said, look, everybody knows I hang out with Rabbi Rothschild all the time, and, he's probably a bit eccentric, but it was like, he doesn't react like these other people. And immediately, it's just like, Yeah, but Rabbi's different.
That's sweet.
If people know, do you see what I mean? Like,
Yeah,
the other
absolutely.
reason why when someone comes in here and they want to say to you, like, oh, you're like so and so, and I'm just immediately like, homie, first of all, that is not even the most fun person to troll these days. That is like, there's kind of like an unspoken rule now with what people. It's like nobody should really be messing with him.
Yeah.
He's gone too far, and anyone who breaks that rule is kind of like ignoring them.
Well, and that's really sweet of the
It's
community,
like,
and
but
sweet.
all of these people, we know of hundreds. We know of maybe 1,000 different people who are terminally online, and they are perfect examples of bad behavior and can't take a joke, and you know, and when Rabbi gets brought up, people are like, but that's not what. It just isn't.
It's not what I do. It's not what I do.
It's refreshing because my biggest worry is that some people won't recognize. Like you help me see that no matter what, people do recognize what's going on. Like it's not just a well, he streams 24 hours a day, so that means we're never gonna give up. Bugging,
Hopefully.
which is what my thought was.
Yeah.
And
we gave up.
I have exactly. It's been invited because come on, it's the internet. And you have baptism for fire. Come make fun of me, see how long we can get, and wait them out every time.
I do. It's important.
You know?
It's important to maintain consistency. I think when people see that you're consistent, they see that you are rational. It's not like this is erratic behavior, and it's just
You also don't have skeletons in your closet, or if you do, they're not the kind that are ammo for sort of people who will never let you forget it. You know, whatever you've done, it's not. You just probably had a regular life. At least I'm sure someone is trying to get all your info, put all your docs out there. If anyone wants to look up criminal history and throw it in your face, do you know what I mean? Like,
absolutely.
you must have no skeletons in your closet, or else they'd have found them. And they'd be bugging you about it right now.
I invite people to do as much research on me as they can because then that just means that I'm growing in my influence. I'm basically living in their heads rent free. I mean, I'm not a perfect person, and I think everybody has some skeletons in their closet, but generally, I've done my best for every person that I've met to treat them with as much respect as possible. I don't have any like I've never cheated on a girl. I don't have like a mean ex-girlfriend who's out to get me or a baby mama or I've never cheated anybody. I've never been fired. I have only generally like been as good a person as I can be. Am I perfect? No. But even when I'm imperfect, I feel that my actions can be justified. Like, have I ever told a lie? Yeah. To protect my own life, I've had to lie. I think everybody on earth has. Or have I ever had to, have I ever gotten mad at somebody? Sure, I've gotten mad at people, but I do my best to not let it necessarily, I've never.
There's a difference between getting mad and the kind of anger that they're looking for is once you start getting mad, you ramp up, you escalate, you get more mad, you become belligerent, you start
Yeah, there's nothing like that.
That's not what you do, you know. But there's emotional baggage that they're trying to exploit, and I'll admit it, but it's also in a way I do still feel that it's to toughen people up. It's like you gotta use this opportunity to learn how to overcome such strong emotions because it's the internet. You are the one putting yourself out there. And so you need to learn how to overcome these kind of interactions, or you need to realize realize that you're finding out that being an online presence is not really your shtick.
Right.
I mean, that really is. Unfortunately, the only way to sharpen a knife, you end up scraping off the rough edges, right?
Right.
On the blade, and some of our rough edges, and it's very abrasive. The stone, the patrols are, but if people that all look at it correctly, you see that sort of, chiding, quote unquote, bullying is an opportunity to grow. I like being poked in my soft spots because I built calluses. Do you know what I mean?
Sure.
Maybe I shouldn't be a callous person, but I also don't like to be an overly emotional person. So I see a benefit in it for other people who don't have such emotional responses. Maybe they might not love being bullied, but they also don't think that it has benefits of that.
Right.
I don't know. I think there's some. I don't mean abuse. I don't mean, oh, that person is a Jew, that person is a homosexual. Let's never let him forget. It's like, no, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about bash on people because of their ethnicity. Not actual hate. Not actual hate. Just as a tool to sharpen each other's resolve against the world and community social medicine all. There's people like that, they're going to have a bad interaction at the bank.
Right.
They're going to have a bad interaction at 7-Eleven, and so when they come into the internet, and they're just nothing but bad reactions, they make themselves. I don't know. You temper because you got nothing all over.
Well, I appreciate that. I don't think that it's I don't think that I'm done yet. I mean, internally, I think I'm going to do this. I really do. I think I'll do it for the rest of my life. And I think that I'll get like Meta Ray-Bans that automatically upload to the internet, and people will just want to watch what I'm doing 24/7 in first person. I think that I used to do that. I have a lot of footage, like where I just recorded myself with my hat, and I actually made this necklace that was a camera and like a recording box. They make these things that's just like a box that looks like a little black box, and it has one button on it, and when you turn it on, it records all the sound going on around you, and it has a large um, storage. Store like I don't know, 32. Well, I think it had a little card too. But basically, what I could do is just turn on this little box and have all of my audio recorded for an entire month, and then I just had to upload it to my computer. It didn't have anything else. This box was very indiscreet, but it would just record all the sound that was going on. And then I had a GoPro that I would wear, and I would watch the footage, and I was like, you know what? I would actually like to watch this of a human. If I could always just log in and see what they're doing, whatever they are. If it was just like glasses on their face, and now we've got the Meta Ray-Bans that kind of do the same thing. They just need to bridge the gap. I don't know. I don't think those Meta Ray-Bans automatically upload, and that's what they need to do. It just needs to be a constant uploading thing, so that you can live out someone's life. That to me would be really exciting, and I've got that kind of foresight, and that's what I'd like to do. And I just need to keep being nice to these guys in this Wall Street Bets Discord, and eventually, I mean, they've got some big connections, and they'll get behind it because they're about making money. A lot of these guys don't have any money. A lot of them have a lot of money, and they want to make money. And I just have to convince them of the importance of data, and some of them already recognize it. One of them was asking the other day, they're like, how am I ever going to get out of the riffraff of the stock market? Like how, like what's more important than money? And I said data. And all these people were like, yeah, he's absolutely right. Data is more important than money. Money doesn't really have a value. Data at least has some, it is something. Money is just, it has no intrinsic value. It's not backed by anything. But data, even if it's not necessarily backed in anything by anything, it has value because people can use it to learn. And that's an important thing. So I'm slowly convincing them of this. It's not going to happen overnight, but the fact that they haven't kicked me out and I've been in there now like 2 weeks, that's an excellent sign. And they used to kick me out all the time. I'm like digits.
Unless they're just like a determined anti-Semite. I mean, that's a whole different. There's a whole mindset of people who it doesn't matter if they, in their mind, begrudgingly think, yeah, we never say aloud, quote unquote, he's one of the not bad ones, he's one of the good ones.
I get them though. That guy with the pink swastika, he's nice to me now. And like when before they'd be really, really mean to me. And that's fine if they want to say I'm one of the good ones. So long as I can be a good influence to them and a light to them, I feel I'm performing my role in this world. What I don't like is people who think there's the saying holier than thou, and they think that they're better than everybody because they do something or whatever. They have more money than someone, or they have a certain education or whatever. I kind of just see that all as how you were born into that generally, or you were fortunate enough to be able to make a lot of money in one way or another. But that doesn't make you better than anybody. And I think that shows, especially when you look at people who are very determined and are people who pick themselves up by their bootstraps and are willing to make sacrifices. Those kind of people, if given the same opportunity that, say, like an Elon Musk would be, they might be trillionaires by now. They wouldn't just be worth $400 million, they'd be worth trillions. One thing that I see happens is somebody like Bill Gates or Jeff Bezos or Elon Musk will be seen in this light that they kind of came from nothing, or they want to make it like they came from nothing. When, like, Bill Gates' mom was on the board of the University of Washington, his grandfather was on the board of Planned Parenthood, and he comes from a banking background. Jeff Bezos, his grandfather was one of the heads of DARPA that started the internet. So, of course, you're going to expect his grandson to be a very successful person.
Wow. I mean, you hear things and it's just like, you hear some things and you realize certain families made us say that ours were never going to be seen.
To some extent. Well, I mean, if people don't know. Well, I mean, some people call it nepotism. I just call it taking care of your own, and I respect that. I'm going to do the same thing with my children and my children's children. I'm going to do my best to set them up. And so I understand. And then, but what bothers me is when they try to make it like they didn't come from this. If you want to know the story of Amazon, you watch any Amazon documentary, it all started in a garage. Bill Gates started in a garage. Apple Computer started in a garage. Elon Musk, and he doesn't really start these companies. His dad, he says, is an electrical engineer, which is true, but his grandfather owned an emerald mine, and his dad has talked about it. And Elon Musk has done his best to downplay this information. It's like, Elon, you have pictures of you next to your dad's Rolls Royce. Nobody's going to think that you came from nothing. So he keeps these pictures, as um, quiet as possible. But uh, I think that there is an opportunity here, especially when it comes to data, that it's just a matter of time. And if I'm wrong, then I'm wrong. Then I sacrificed my life for 3.5 years or whatever it would be at that time for the good of the world. I did my best to be a positive influence on everyone that I met. I learned a lot about human sociology and human behaviors. I learned a lot about the internet, and I could utilize that to go back to project management or app development or anything else that I'm good at, and perhaps be able to continue my life. But at this point, I know that with give me another month in the Wall Street Bet server, and they will be wishing me, "Hey, how are you doing today?" And that's what I want. Once we're at that point, that's when we're cooking, because then I'll be able to have a little huddle with them and be like, "Guys, I need your help. Just you guys are very connected on Reddit. Please, like, do like is there anyone here who can help me put together some kind of post, and we all just get 25 people to upload it. If we get 25 people to upload it, then I can go to the Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 new group and get them to get 25 people to upload it, and I can get the same for Music Biz Marty and Aiden Ross and all the other people who I have, and make enough connections, and it'll be huge. Um, and that's all that needs to be done. If I would, I say this, every day I think, how much longer do I have to do this until I'm very well known? And mark my words, you're 39 today. By both your 40th and my 40th birthday, I think that we'll be writing our own checks. I could be completely wrong, but I just see the word I've grown. Like the first 2 years that I was on here, I didn't have much growth at all because I kept losing accounts, and it was hard for me to have any consistency. But creating the Discord has allowed me to have more consistency and people be able to connect with me and all of the other things. And then just being, just a consistent person in all these other disciplines. Like every single day, somebody comes to me and says, "I see you in 18 different discords a day, or 4 different discords a day, or you're in all these discords. How are you able to do it?" And it's that's definitely a positive. And I have a feeling that the internet isn't that big. I know it's very big. I get it, but at least in social media, if it's a social media, I'm on it, and I have a ton of accounts on it. So once like somebody sees me on, let's say Reddit or whatever, they're gonna be like, "Oh, this motherfucker spammed me on Twitter for 2 years," or this guy spammed me on Kick every day for 9 months. And like there'll be all these people who know about me, but they just didn't know they were all in the same web or the same network that I've created, and then it'll be really big. There won't be an issue of like, do you know who this person is? The fact I will, I have things lined up kind of where I want them. From a troll perspective, the people who are going to troll me, I already kind of am in good graces with the trolls already. So it'll almost be like they're going to defend me because they're going to be like, "No, he's a normal person. He's been live streaming."
I've seen it in the music is Marty's chat. Somebody said, "Hey, those people trying to get a rabbi." So let's go back a month. I've
Perfect.
seen that in the music is Marty, where you have channels that talk about music, current events, this, that, the other topic. We have this person to make fun of, that person
Yes.
to make fun of, this person to make fun
I
of.
see that.
All of their information. And you don't have a channel like that.
No, I don't.
You show up in general chat with everyone else. You're not someone who's talked about. You know,
And
I don't know.
I've got a couple other servers that I'm like that in. There's one called Tequila, and people will come in and be really mean to me. Well, they used to, I should say. I haven't been in a long time. And they will come in and people will back me up and they'll be like, hey, don't bother him. Like, he's just doing his thing. Don't bother him. So long as he doesn't break any Discord rules, don't bother him. And I'm in this other one. You've been in it, Maya's Playhouse. Those people are like, I've just become like a staple in there. They know exactly who I am. They know exactly what I'm doing. They can watch me at any time. And it's just a matter of time. This thing is going to blow up. When it blows up, it's going to be like anything the world has ever seen before. And I think that's when it becomes very exciting. That's the first thing that I want to do. Is, I mean, of course, world peace is very important to me. And I'd love to say the first thing that I'm going to be able to do is stop all the wars, but I just don't think that that's realistic. But what I do think is realistic is me showing the struggles that I've had with technology and calling out the CEOs and the quality assurance teams and the um, the what would you call it? Like the people who ban you, and I'll be able to say, like, here's a perfect example. We have two devices, exact same devices, exact same thing that they're showing. Why is it that this one got banned but this one didn't? Why? And if you can't give me a good reason, then you need to go back to the drawing board and overhaul everything and make sure that it becomes consistent, because it's not fair. And another thing that I would say, I would call on, well, there are some things that I would really call on, at least the United States government to do. Not anything that I feel is very controversial. I don't think that it's right for people to be able to hit children. And I'm very serious about this. And I think I could get every person in Congress to pass a piece of legislation to protect children against getting hit, especially by other people. Paris Hilton just passed one recently. I don't know if you saw this, but basically she passed a piece of legislation, or helped to pass it, to protect children about, like, if you're in a like some kind of like development home, that they shouldn't be able to hit you. And I want to expand that to these children boot camps where they're away from their parents and they can get really beaten. Here's why. How hard is too hard when you're hitting a child? It's a good question.
You know, I mean, do we all need to go up to that punching bag game?
Exactly.
So we know how to
Exactly.
We're all different.
Exactly. We're all different. We're all different sizes. Children are different sizes. Can I use a weapon? And if so, which ones? Which ones are allowed? Can I use a belt? Can I use a wooden spoon? Can I use a shoe? Can I, like, I can't go up to an adult and hit them with a belt, but I can my own child. It doesn't make any sense. It really doesn't. It's never made sense to me. And I want to stop child abuse. I fortunately have not been someone who had to undergo some of the fear that other children have had to go through, but I want to stop it nationwide. Sweden was the first country to stop this in the 1970s, and it's like, if they've been doing this for 50 years, why can't we consider it? So those are pieces, like, that's a piece of legislation I would want to see passed, and I would be a major advocate for it. I know I can't change everything in the world, but I could focus on some things. But really, it would be on technology and improvement of technology. One of the biggest things would be defaults. I would just say, why is it that when I start my computer up, that it just doesn't go to defaults very well? Meaning, like, or even my phone, like, my browser that generally knows what I want to do, but I have to set that all as a home page. A lot of these things are manual things that you have to do. And I just feel like there can be hey, we're AI. We know exactly what you do on a daily basis. You log into your computer, you check your email, and then you browse the internet or whatever. Do you want us to do this for you? And you can say no, But I feel like just having defaults for people would save people a lot of time. And another thing that I think could be done is updates to devices should be done in the background. I shouldn't be on my computer and all of a sudden it says, hey, we need to install an update, and then it just restarts on me. And that just happens far too often in society. And just little things like this, I could just almost like how Elon Musk tweets about things and then like they get done because he brings attention to them. Oh, the rabbi tweeted about this or whatever, and it got attention. Another thing that I don't think is fair, like so for instance, um, if you want to hire someone in the United States, there are all kinds of legalities that you have to essentially adhere to, especially when it comes to discrimination. Like, you can't discriminate on people over age 40. You can't discriminate against people based on their gender, well, most now it is gender, but or like their sexual preferences or their race. Okay, but if you are a social media platform, you can. And the fact that these social media platforms are paying people, to me, it makes them fairly similar to an employer. And so I feel that they should have to adhere to the same types of policies. Meaning, if we're looking at all of the people who you're banning, and they seem to be like in a protected class, you can get in trouble for that. The reason why I say this, I noticed this on some platforms, and I could be wrong, but um, there were like TikTok. I feel did not have when I was starting up with all of these different platforms. I just noticed there weren't that many African Americans on TikTok using TikTok or getting featured on my feed on TikTok. And I wanted that. I mean, I really I have a lot of black friends and I like black people a lot. And I thought this was strange. And then I would go to Bigo, which is another one that's similar, and it was like filled with African American people. And I would ask them, like, why aren't you on TikTok? You have really great content. Oh, I got banned from TikTok. Oh, I got banned from TikTok. Well, I got banned from TikTok. And it's like, well, it's a Chinese company that is basically like enforcing their own rules, but you couldn't do that in the United States. You couldn't just say, like, well, whatever this person said, or what, like, for instance, I think a lot of the African American community has gotten banned for the N word because it's used within that community colloquially. But if you use it on TikTok, you get banned. So that to me is unfair. And without going into the nuances of the hard R versus the A or anything like that, it's just not right to me that they could just choose a word and a word that is used a lot within one certain culture, and whenever that word is used, they can get rid of you. That to me is discrimination. There are other things that I don't like. I mean, really, the big one I think that I will be in, with which I can be an advocate is the nipple, freeing the nipple. The fact that with all things being equal, if you have a man with his shirt off at the beach, that's good content for TikTok and Instagram. If you have a woman do it, she loses the ability to provide for herself and her family. That is de facto discrimination, and I don't like it. It's not that I want to see nipples. If I want to see nipples, I can see all the nipples that I want. I can look at my own nipples. I can look at the hottest chicks in the world's nipples. That's not the thing. It's the fact that it's like a computer making a determination as to someone's gender and discriminating against them because of it. And I don't like that. So those are some easy ones I think that I might be able to change. The hard ones are, defense contractors and the Federal Reserve and that kind of stuff. Those are ones I don't think I'll be able to change, but I think I'd be able to make at least some good changes in the world. And at the end of the day, when my head hits the pillow, I know that every day I've done my best to improve the world in my own way. And when you can do that, that's a very gratifying aspect of your life. Who's that? Shout out to Mark. I'll be right back. I'm gonna grab some more. I'm not saying this period question mark.
to start.
have thousands of subscribers, but I have to. I have a Twitch account that has over 2,000 followers. Those are just uh, rotate accounts every 6 months or so that if I ever do lose an account, I do not lose my entire art. really do have a tradition. I do like the foot period. I know that I doors and other um, but I have told them what to do over how because you help me along with you do stream room for 20%. So I do. I have more than two uh, as far south as San Diego, as far as and as the desert and mountains. Hilly hills, comma, San comma, this land, comma, unit, period. I just don't have enough money to continue to do. I don't know. I want to do. words mean are to communicate. Not to thank you so much for making that discuss will be here. It's very important here. I don't think we need for it anymore. Additionally, talk about some really interesting things for society. Things like anti-gravity, antimatter, de-extinction, faster than light travel, in the future, multi-sensor technology, mind and learning technology, solar sails, space elevators, and other future. I have that. I can send it to you. It is live on YouTube. You can hear all the sound effects. It is just faster to do it to my phone. So like I mean I would go for be able to start chicken out and look better. You know?
Fantastic strategy.